was right. Bleeding sky, soaking sands. Listen for the screams.
So tired. Oh, not very many. We're almost there. So we just need to... Basically, we just need to finish leveling up. Right. Everything except this ring is ancestral, and we have, like, a better ring. So... And cold and fire resist. I need to go to that. No, I need to finish out the event thing, but I'm gonna probably do it after I level up some more. The Feltide's like just so stupidly overtuned. When you like first enter the when you first enter the the next like world tier, it's like I can go and do nightmare dungeons just fine. Like, and then I won't die unless I get like unlucky, right? And like have like a wall or like it's a tight area and there's like a bunch of explosions on the ground and I just can't get out in time. But just a regular pack of monsters in the Helltide just basically murder me. And it's just so dumb. It's just so dumb. Like, what's the point of having a scaling world if the like the event itself doesn't scale like at all? Oh. Yeah, we're just gonna finish this out. Not really gonna worry about ancestral stuff until I get like an ancestral one of these. I still haven't gotten an undying one though.
How can I help? That looks worn. I can fix it.
This should all be legendary. Be damage roll berserker. Nice. Oh yeah. I also think part of the problem is I just don't have the, I haven't been able to get the Undying thing. The only saving grace, I guess, is that, I'll have the Warbringer one soon. Means I'll have, like, Fortify. Oh, that'll be nice.
Not ready. I'm out of fury.
Holy shit, I just ate like 2 of those. Nice. Over here. Hazel Cooper, welcome. How is your dog? Doing alright. Oh, this looks good. Oh, the kamikaze dude. Nice. Alright, Warbringer is really good for. I think I have to make a beeline. Oh no, so we just straight up. Go here. Let me go for these.
I'm not ready yet.
I love having to like wait for some weird after death thing to go off before I can loot. Oh, but wait, and that's 15. Oh, you can start with this one. Crumbs. Oh my goodness. The crummy wummy. Allah. How was stream? How have you been? How have you been doing? Well. It is exploit, that's not. Yeah, this exploit on mine. How have I been fighting with the weather? It's been storming and raining a bunch here, so I'm just like Irma headache at like all times. Fuck. Fine. I guess we'll just go in. Feeling kind of. Actually, we'll go do this so I can do more of it. Get some more stuff. But yeah, it's been raining a bunch and then storming. It's not so bad today, but I think it's supposed to storm somewhere this week. So it should be alright. Have some breakfast. Oh my goodness, yeah, get some gamer fuel in. He said gun for the raid. Tier 46 or higher nightmare dungeon. That'll take a minute. I should have crafted a nightmare. Just speed run through this. If it's not legendary, I'm not picking it up. If it's not a legendary unique, I'm not picking it up.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, they really need to just get rid of that. That's so annoying. The dude's dead and he's like, I'm just gonna do this massive fire AoE after. Like, I'm dead already. What tool that was. I'm not gonna lie, part of me still wants to like, well, if I get the ancestral version of the unique hammer, I still kind of want to do the upheaval build. But I'd have to like completely redo the the paragon tree. The only thing I don't like is how it's like very shout focused for Fury generation. Like, I would much prefer being able to like generate Fury by using like other like actual attack skills. But unfortunately, it seems like Frenzy isn't like really a big thing.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, I guess I could have just like looped back that way. Probably would have been better. Question is, I don't know if I accidentally may have left some anima orbs. One of the other ones because I wasn't really paying attention. No, I think I've gotten all of them. So that means as long as I find the last one, it should be over here. It'd be pretty free. Never mind. I thought maybe the last one would be over here. I don't know where the last one was though. Swing it. Twisty. Can't even loot the chest because I have to wait for the thing to go off. It's just straight up, right? Yeah. Straight up. 2 over. Up to. Oh, we grabbed the strength one. Yeah, so I'll have to come down and grab that one later. Make a beeline for this one, and this one first. Almost done with this Paragon board. That's good. Now where is the last? Oh, don't tell me he was over there. Alright, so one of 2 things happened. Either I killed a dude and didn't collect his anima stuff, or there's an anima dude in that little area that I didn't like explore him. Either way, still gonna be a pain. Alright, I think it may have been that I killed one of them and I didn't collect their stuff. What's up, Fizzy? Ah, okay, there we go. For some reason, like, it just looked like that room didn't have a continuation. For the other guy. Oh. Easy. I just need to do, where's the other one? It'd be nice if I could just Oh my god, looking forward to the next like week and some change. Oh. How have I been? Well, aside from perma headaches because of weather, I've been chilling. Took a week off from Apex last week. I think I probably should still be playing more Apex right now because I probably should be like ranking, but I'll get it done. I don't know, this season in Apex just like the matchmaking feels probably the worst I've ever felt it be. Like at all. Like my KD is so fucking low. And yet I'm still getting like a masters and preds in my lobbies. And it's so annoying. It's actually just pissing me off. I don't know what they did that they made it like shit again. Like even worse. They had it pretty good for like a season or two. And then they're just like, man, we have good matchmaking. We've had it for too long. Time to fuck it up again. Massive grind was annoying as usual, yeah. Especially because apparently they did like an update to easy anti-cheat, but then like there's even worse cheaters. There's even more cheaters running around than there has been, from what I understand. So it's like, I don't know what they did. Apparently it wasn't good. Apparently it wasn't good.
I must wait.
I don't hear that doing anything. There's cheaters recently. Shot through a box, that's fine. With the movement cheaters, just zooming across the map. I'm pretty sure I ran into like, I think like two of them. When I was ranking. Right out here. That way I can finish that ASAP, and then I'll just like reallocate those to this. This later. I need to do one more. I don't get what this is. What it means, blood mark. But I guess I'll just go roll some ovals at Purveyor. Yeah, no, getting shot through boxes though, I feel like sometimes it's just like a weird thing. Cause I've been getting shot through a lot of like boxes and doors and shit like that recently. And I'm fairly certain most of the time it's not cheaters. Better looking effects though. The last one. Alright, I need Hanson, but
It seems you're pretty.
actually, should I do? No, I should do chest piece to see what I can get.
Nice, but could be better. Not a bit of magic.
Not a single legendary chest piece was gotten. But it was enough to finish getting this. Nice. Oh, no. Why is it thorns? Ugh. If that was like main stat or something, that'd be so much better. But it being on thorns makes it useless to me.
You can take what's left.
Wait, we're almost done with that one. These two are probably the only ones I need to do left, but I gotta do world bosses to make sure I get that one. Cool looking scythe. Was it not a scythe? Did I inspect the wrong dude? I'm confused. I'm pretty sure that's a scythe, but then it says he's not wielding a scythe. Huh. Interesting. Oh, updated 1 hour ago. Alright, well. Not a good that'll do me. Oh. Because I should have completed that a while ago. I got those from treasure goblins. Yeah, no, these last 2 seasons of Apex, I haven't had any fun at all whatsoever. Mostly because, like, Apex just doesn't want me to have fun. Like, every single lobby I'm in, I take a I peek a corner, just instantly get deleted by somebody, and it's just like whatever.
It is done.
Last couple were not that great for you. Last season was like pretty shit for me too, but like season 19 wasn't bad. Season 19 was probably the best season to be like a casual player, to be honest. I don't have any Stygian stones. Where's the pit? The Horn of Trials is over here, which is like Challenge Rift. But like, I don't see a quest for unlocking the pit or anything. Oh well. Not much to be done. I'd have to agree though that the fact that like doing higher world tiers, the tree doesn't give you nightmare keys is so dumb. Like, it's actually just so dumb. Like, I don't know who decided to do that, because if you do it on world, if you do the trees as soon as you get enough to like as soon as you get enough to do nightmare dungeons, what's Distill the Fear from? Oh, yeah, let me mouse over it. Force that one crafted into a 25. But as soon as you could do nightmare dungeons, it was like doing the whispers was a good way to get a lot of them. I think we should be able to manage. Is there anything again? I'm getting stuck on invisible walls and shit. But yeah. I love how with the Holy Bolts thing allocated, When those guys like explode, they murder the flies that they summon. It's very nice. I will say I'm not too big of a fan of the outside though. I don't know, I feel like it's like a worse version of the vampire one. Somehow. Well, I feel like I say it's the worst version, but I feel like I say this in the vein of like it feels like it takes me longer to finish the missions. Like the missions for the vampire season, like were done so quickly. I feel that you could hop in and do them real quick, and then just go into do the nightmare dungeons and do whispers and stuff while you wait for the next one. So it gave you time to do all sorts of stuff. There was a couple missions that definitely took a little bit of time in the vampire one, but like I don't know, the Helltide one just makes me feel like I have to spend way more time in there by comparison. I don't know if that's actually like accurate or not, or if it's just a feeling of the fact that like no, I think it is, because it just like because there's like so many mobs that don't count for some of them. I don't know, feels weird. Feels weird. We almost got it all the way to level 6 in one go. It definitely feels tankier now that we have a more reliable source of fortify. I'm still sad those pants rolled thorns. Granted, though, maybe it's for the best, because we do end up using a unique pair of pants. This dungeon modifier is so dumb. This is the way it works. Also because the thing can teleport in front of you randomly if it gets stuck on a corner or something, which just feels bad. Like that. It's not too bad in this map, but there are some other maps where it's definitely a bit of a problem. Or like right there, where just like, you know, you're fighting mobs just happy as can be, and then all of a sudden it just magically appears on top of your character to just pulse damage out. Instead of following from behind like it's supposed to. Like I know they did that so that it would like be able to keep up with like characters, but it's not a good like design or system choice. Specifically just because like it can kind of fuck you over sometimes. Like that, like it's so annoying when it does that. Just teleports right in front of you. Like it's so dumb. Like one thing is having to backtrack into it, but like the fact that it can just magically teleport in front of you when it feels like it is honestly just so annoying. Because it'll do it while you're in the middle of fighting a pack. And if a lot of shit's going down and you, like the effect itself I would say is not very obvious. Or it could be like this, right? You get frozen and then it spawns in on top of you and it's just like, oh my goodness. Guess you're dying. Or you're just gonna take a shit ton of damage. Kinda depends on like what you're stuck up on. Because realistically it's not that like hard of a thing to manage, it's just that it's kind of a case of when a certain number of things line up, it's that you could possibly survive if that doesn't show up, and then it just teleports right on top of you out of nowhere. Like, I don't know if like that crystal deals damage to the hostages. Oh, I'm dead. Oh well. How much I can do by that when I have to like juggle this stupid pulsating crystal. That'll be fine. Where could the last one be? Oh, he's probably like in here. Is that a here? No, that's the boss room, so he has to be in here. Alright. That's important. We need a couple more.
I must wait.
Oh, I was hoping I could clip that tornado through the wall. I slightly went through my wish list on Steam the other day because I'd been meaning to do it for a while because there was a lot of like little games that like I fucked up the aiming the like landing the leap, so I lost a bunch of damage. But I had to go through my wish list because I forgot to do it for a while because with Epic games, like free, like the free games that Epic gives you, I have like a decent amount of games I would say that are on my wish list for Steam that I got on Epic for free that I'd been meaning to to take off from from the Steam wish list. And like there was a alright, so it's 10, 20, 30, 40. That's all we did. Alright, that'll be fine. Okay, we'll go and grab this. We'll go up here, grab this. Then we'll grab this, and we'll work our way this way. I'm thinking we go like here, like that, to get here. That way you can get the next board. Like there's this little game on Steam that I've always been interested in playing called Barony that I decided to but I've been waiting for it to go on sale for a while, and I then realized the other day that I owned it on Epic, and I was like, oh. So then I had to go over and like take it off my wishlist. Which, speaking of, apparently Epic's doing it. Like they're handing out some, they're doing their like mystery game thing again. They handed out, I think it was a Dragon Age Inquisition, and then now they handed out Farming Simulator. Also, I want to get Ghost of Tsushima. Especially considering that I think it's like 60 bucks, 50 bucks. I don't know, it's enough that it makes me want to buy it. I want to get Ghost of Tsushima, and then I want to get Space Marines too when that comes out. Because I played the first one and I thoroughly enjoyed the first one. And the second one looks like it's going to be really good. And it has like co-op missions. Like you can play the story in co-op, and then it has like actual co-op, like endgame missions. And then it has some PvP. I don't care too much for the PvP, personally. Because the PvP in the first one was a little lackluster. It wasn't too bad, but it wasn't anything crazy either. Like, personally, I think they should lean more towards the co-op missions. I feel that's like an easier thing to do. And then I think like if Helldivers is any indicator, I think a lot of people would, like, if they can do that well, they can get a lot of longevity out of the game.
I must wait.
I haven't seen a unique drop in a while. I was getting a lot of them in the lower world too. For the sacred ones. But I haven't seen an ancestral one drop in a while.
I need more fury. I'm not ready yet.
Oh, that was it. You fucking bitch. He delayed how much XP I could get because he was just invisible. And he didn't pop out of stuff until like just then. And I couldn't find where he was. Bastard. Could have gotten so much more XP. Alright, this one should be 15 pretty soon. And then we work on Ire. Go up here to get this. Then we go this way. Well, we get this, then we grab this. This puts us at 20, this puts us at, or this puts us at 30. This puts us at 35, this puts us at 40. And then we can go about our business to get over to the next board. Ooh. 270 strength with 90% damage. That's good. Good enough, I'd say. A swap too. I'm supposed to be using a two-handed sword there.
What a superior product. A good business and fortune to you.
That looks worn. I can fix it.
And stuff. Oh, nice. A lot. Really? It's just gonna fucking reroll into the same one. There we go. 92% damage while berserking.
That cannot be salvaged.
I can break that down. How Come back if you need the forge.
Problem is the resource you. Yeah, no, I don't know if I want to add a scattered prism to this. I think I'd rather just wait to see if I get another ancestral. I mean, it has. It's 270 strength. That's not bad. Holes. Either this one or this one. I think it's this one. I should just tell you which one it fucking is. Whatever, I'll just go clear them both out, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do with the stronghold system, but I think they need to change it. At the very least, I think they need to make it where if you have the nightmare dungeon key for the dungeon in the stronghold, then it doesn't matter if you have it unlocked or not. It should just let you go do the nightmare dungeon. There's really no sort of like gameplay benefit of them making it where you can't, like, of not being able to go and like having to go unlock it. Like, it does nothing to enhance the gameplay. If anything, it's just more tedious work that I don't want to have to deal with.
Signs of a bloody struggle. I need more fury. Here's the hunting lodge. Where are the hunters?
There's a much faster way to just keep up with them with doing that. Okay. Just die. Holy shit. Why do you have so many we have so many health bars? Just die. I forgot to like get in the okay. Fuck, this one wasn't the wretched delve. Motherfucker. That's what I'm saying. It should have just told me which one it fucking was for. Like which stronghold I needed to go clear. Cause going like, oh yay, I cleared the wrong stronghold. Like that is not my reaction. My reaction right now is like, man, I just want to like dismantle that key and just make a new one. Especially because realistically speaking, like most of these dungeons, I think there's only like there's not a whole lot of.
Why is its beacon unlit?
I think there's a couple stronghold dungeons. Like I think there was at least like one, if not two of them that I could have skipped when I was doing the earlier ones. Because they were just like placeholder powers. Which, like, I just did it just to have them, like just to follow the guide all the way through. But, I think at least, like, one of the stronghold powers I don't use anymore. Like, I basically immediately didn't need it. That was a complete waste. Oh my god. And in some cases, it feels like they're trying to like hold on to a little too tightly to the like the RPG side of the action RPG, hack and slash Diablo like. But I think they kind of just need to accept that most people just want to like just run around in Unga Bunga. Like it's nice to have like RPG-esque elements. Like I don't necessarily think that's an issue. Cause like for instance, there's story to the Atlas. Do most people that play the game in Path of Exile know what the story is? No. They just run the Atlas missions. They don't really care. And there's nothing really like gating you from just running through. But like in here, the strongholds are definitely more of like an RPG thing. And it's just like, and they're gating content, right? Is it bad that there's like there's RPG elements in this game? No, it's not really bad. Like it's nice for people that care about that kind of stuff. But The problem lies in the fact that I feel like it's like the fact that if you block content behind it, it's like the nightmare dungeons. Like you can't, like something as simple as that is just relatively annoying. That's fun. Who does boot? So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of just my opinion on it. The main strength of a lot of these games is people being able to just jump in and play. And I feel like when you like kind of put some sort of block in the way. I'm just gonna restart Diablo. To keep people from just doing that, from just jumping in and playing and making them have to do extra things. Like it tends to, like, people aren't gonna be happy. They're just gonna be like, what the, like, again, I don't know, maybe they did a change from the last time I noticed, because like I've cleared the strongholds before. I cleared the oh, is there an update they pushed out or something? Oh, the fucking day. Yeah, I think they just randomly pushed out an update. Because now mine says updating. Well, I guess I'll sit at my bar for a little bit. But the main issue is when you like lock something there. It's like it doesn't enhance the gameplay. Like it should, if you're gonna lock something, it should be kind of like natural in a way, right? Like for instance, you can't just jump in straight to the Atlas, right? You have to go through the campaign Path of Exile to get to the Atlas. But the caveat being that the campaign is your main leveling to going into the Atlas, right? Because the Atlas isn't designed for someone who's level 1 to go into it. And it's just like, I'd say it's a bit more painless because of the fact that you naturally kind of just slide into it. And while in here, it's like you can literally go and do everything else. And then boom, you just hit a stopgap because you can't continue because you hit a, you're just like, oh, well, you need to go clear the stronghold before you can do it. And it's like, I don't want to go out of my way to clear the stronghold. The stronghold doesn't offer me anything good aside from the access to that one singular dungeon. And it's like, the more of them I unlock, the less I'm going to want to do the rest of them to unlock. Because the less chance I have of running into dungeons that I'm not going, like, I can't do. So it's just like it's just this weird like loop that like loops in upon itself. So yeah, I don't know, I had an update. I don't know if they pushed out like a hotfix or something. I don't care as long as I don't have to clear this stupid stronghold again. I mean, I don't have access to. Wait, where's the wretched? This one? Brother. Jesus Christ, this is what I'm talking about. Like, it just doesn't want to make me. It makes me just not want to go do it. I literally only have one left, but it doesn't make me want to go do it. Like I'm just annoyed now because instead of it just telling me which stronghold I need to go clear, it's just like, well, you don't have access to that yet. It's like, just fucking say which stronghold I need to go clear so that I can go clear it. If you're going to do this stupid system, like it needs to just say Wretched Delve, and not in Skullskin. It needs to say Wretched Delve in this specific stronghold. Like it just needs to say that. Like Especially because that one's actually kind of a pain from what I remember. Because that's the one you have to clear to do the druid stuff. So it's just like this doesn't make me want to. This doesn't make me be like, oh wow, this is a great feature. Right? Like, this is so exciting. Like, no, it's frustrating. Like, I don't want to do this. I just want to jump into the nightmare dungeon and get it done. But I can't because
This whole place is in ruins.
someone decided that you couldn't just go do the nightmare dungeon in the stronghold if you have the key. Like, they need to do, in my opinion, one of like 3 things needs to happen. The first one, which is more than likely the easiest one, is that when you get a key that's like locked, right? That's a stronghold dungeon. It needs to tell you which stronghold you need to go clear for that dungeon. Like, it just needs to. Either by, like, when you right click it, it just needs to mark the dungeon. Or, like, it just needs to say it on the key somewhere. It's like, oh, this is the stronghold you need to clear. Is this specific one. Then, the other option that they could do is literally just make it where, it just lets you run the nightmare dungeon for the stronghold. Like it just needs to let you run the nightmare dungeon. That's like,
Fire in my blood, my skin.
yeah, realistically speaking, like 2 of them kind of get tied together, right? But, like, the most basic one is the first one, right? They just write on the key telling you where you need to go. Like, which stronghold you need to clear to gain access to that dungeon is by far the easiest. Or at the very least, just putting the dungeon marker or making it that when you hover over the stronghold, it tells you what dungeon is locked into it, right? Like, you can literally just add a line under free the spirits of the druids and just have it say, like, Wretched Delve dungeon or whatever. That one's actually probably the easiest. The second one would be having it mark the dungeon on your map that you need to go clear. Would probably be the second easiest. And then the third one would just be to let you run the dungeon for a stronghold if you have the nightmare key for it. It's just that, like, I feel like that one's just like, that's the right answer in my opinion. Like, if they're gonna make it where clearing out a stronghold doesn't like just transfer from one season to the next, then they just need to, like, they should just let you do it where running, if you have the nightmare key, you can unlock, you can just run the dungeon without having to clear the stronghold. And this one's even more annoying because, like, this is where I get annoyed in how they handle stuff. Because, like, in order to get access to the druid, like, class stuff, you have to clear the stronghold. Meanwhile, I just go run a short quest on barbarian and I get it. Or I just play necromancer and just have, like, 2/3 of my class passive available. Like, I haven't done the rogue in Zork one, so I don't really, like, know that one. I did the sorcerer one once. I don't remember that one actually required any sort of questing or anything. I think it just gave it to you. But it's just like, I hate when they do shit like that. And Blizzard's like notorious for doing stuff like that. They're notorious for just making it where, oh, y'all can't, oh, Jesus, I forgot to change my scene again. they're notorious for basically taking something that's like good for multiple like classes, right, and making the restrictions be different at every step. They've done a better job of it in WoW nowadays, but like, oh man, just like thinking of like, for instance, the all right, so maybe not something like completely mandatory, right? But like just like an option, an answer is just like well, I guess not. We can go like some of the old class quests were for WoW in regards to like unlocking skills and stuff. Some classes had it easier than others in certain ways. Like, I'm not gonna say it was like super crazy, and I honestly couldn't remember off the top of my head, but I do know that like some of them were incredibly difficult, and then other ones it was like kind of a bit of a snooze fest. Granted, in a way, some of the stuff wasn't like, some stuff was kind of like fixed, and it not being too much of an issue because of the fact that like they slowly started making it like non-required things. It was still kind of a pain, but you know, it was acceptable. Like one such thing was in Legion, right? There was skins you could unlock for every single specs, like what was it called? Their special weapon, I forget what it was called. And by far, the warriors had like some of the more annoying ones. Oh, that was a butcher. I wasn't even really paying attention. But like for instance, to unlock the Fury Warrior hidden skin required you to clear a dungeon that had an I think they eventually made it like guaranteed drop at like higher, like if you ran it in like Mythic Plus or whatever, but when I was doing it, it was like RNG drop when it'd get, and then you had to kill 2 world bosses which were on a weekly rotation that would rotate through the different ones. And so if you missed one, you were kind of like shit out of luck and you had to wait until they rotated in. And at the time, I think it took like a month and a half or like 2 months of waiting if you missed it. Granted, at the very least, I was thinking, well, I know for at least when I got mine, those were like guaranteed drops, like the 2, because you basically what you needed was 2 skulls from 2 dragons, and then a special like handle from a dungeon. And the handle from the dungeon was not guaranteed, I remember. At least when I did it. When I did it, it was like RNG, you just had to keep running it. And it's just like, it was so annoying. And then you had another one, which was just pure RNG for the Protection Warrior one, to get the if you wanted to get the Deathwing shield, you literally just had to go to where like the Deathwing nest was, and then just and then just go in there and just hope that it spawned. And at least when I did it, it was still like half glitched, so you could, there was basically, you had a way that you could kind of just brute force it. And so what would happen is you would just basically server hop over and over again while spamming a macro to see if you could get it to spawn. And they ended up fixing that. You couldn't do that after a while, but it was so funny. Like they eventually made it where it was just like, that doesn't work, so you just go and you check, and if it spawns for that day, it does, and if it doesn't spawn for that day, it doesn't. Which in a way, like honestly, like some people got annoyed about it because they missed out, because I think in like a week or something they had like patched it. But I did it. I sat there, I think it took me like 4 or 5 hours of just server hopping and spamming this macro to see if it spawned, so that I could get that one. And then the biggest kicker one, which was actually kind of funny, was the Arms Warrior one. The Arms Warrior one forever was actually supposed to be like the easiest one. And like nobody had gotten it. Not a single not a single person had gotten it, and like a lot of people were on the forums and stuff and being like, is the Arms Warrior one bugged? Because like, if I'm saying, they ended up having to tell us what the trigger for it was or something like that. And the like basically it ended up that they were just like, no, it's not bugged, it's not bugged, it works. It was bugged. It was bugged. It was bugged, and it was bugged so badly that they literally went, okay, if you go to the warrior like class hall. You're telling me this now? If you go to the warrior class order hall, everybody gets it. Just everybody gets it, because it had been bugged for so long. Like they were just like, everybody just gets it. Fuck it, we fucked up. Like we're just like, we told you it was bugged. You don't listen. That was funny. But that's a different thing. But like the point is just like, it's kind. Oh man, what's it happen? And even, well, it's healing receipt, so it doesn't matter. But like the fact that like for instance, you have to clear a stronghold. Now mind you, you have to clear a stronghold on a level 15 character if you want to do it like straight up. Like if you want to do it right when it's like readily available, you have to clear this stronghold on a level 15 character. Like what? Strongholds aren't really all that easy to do at that level.
I must wait.
At least they weren't. I don't know if they changed it, but like I came all the way over here when I was level 15 on my druid, and I was running what was supposed to be the strongest like leveling build at the time, and I had a pretty decent set of like rares and shit. They didn't have any legendaries because, you know, 15, level 15 at the time. And like I got clapped so hard because the strongholds weren't really designed for level 15 in mind. So, you know, for the barbarian, it was like, the barbarian one is probably the second most annoying one because of the sheer distance you had to run. Because like when you hit level 15, right, you're over here. You have to go all the way over here to get Bardo to do it. You have to go like all the way up this way and then go down this way to get over there. So that makes it like the second most annoying one. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure that like, I know for a fact Necros, I think they only have a quest for their golem. I think for every like for all the other skeletal ones, like the skeleton mages and the skeleton warriors, they get those just by existing at that level. I think the sorcerer is kind of the same way. I don't know, don't quote me on that because I haven't played like anything that's not like necro, barbarian, or druid. I was about to say warrior. Necro, druid, or barbarian since the game launched. I haven't played rogue and I haven't played orc. I don't actually know there's any quests attached to theirs you have to do.
I'm not ready yet.
Not to mention that, like, I would argue the druids, by and large, is also requires the most effort to some degree because you have to get the druidic tributes. I'm pretty sure it takes me less time to get all the weapons I need to like skill level 10 than it does to take me to get all the druidic tributes I need. So. Like, I'm pretty sure that's how that, like... To be fair though, the druidic tributes weren't that bad though. Cause like, I got them done without like actually going out of my way to farm for them. But I just did content and they just showed up. So... It's really not that bad, the druidic tributes. It gets a little tricky trying to figure out like which ones you need, but it's really not that bad. So I'll let that one slide. They get a pass with that one. I guess maybe that's the trade-off there, you could argue, right? That it's just like, well, yeah, you have to clear a stronghold, but you also just get druidic tributes. But, I mean, to be fair though, there's a decent amount of power locked behind it, and you have to go a decent amount of levels unless you get someone to go and do it for you. Which, I mean, imagine having friends. Not be me. But, I don't know, I feel like there should just be like a unit of metric, right? Like for instance, like barbarian, right? If a barbarian, to get the barbarian stuff, the specialization where you get to choose the technique, because that's the other thing, right? You don't, it's not the weapon expertise that's locked, it's literally just this. Which, when you choose a weapon technique, it applies to all of your weapons, regardless. But, also as you can see, like, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. To be fair, like, everything I needed was 10, like these two, and this one was 10 when I actually needed it. And then this one's gonna be 10 regardless, because there is no other weapon but a two-handed, like, bludgeoning weapon that goes in that slot. I think the only thing that's not 10 is the polearm, because unfortunately the polearm, I don't actually think there's a build that cares about the polearm one. Yeah, so like the biggest thing with it is that like you don't even like the druid is literally the only class in the game that gets no benefit from its like class identity, quote unquote, until you clear the stronghold. Because as a barbarian, I still get the weapon expertise stuff. I just don't get the technique, which to be honest is pretty ignorable until you get to like higher levels anyway. So it's really not that big of a deal, because you're going to be swapping weapons so often, so quickly, at a lower level. Like, it's hard, like for instance, even if you want to level up your two-handed axe for whatever reason, right? If you get like a two-handed sword at a lower level that's like 500 more DPS, you're gonna take that. That's why I say the technique really doesn't matter all that much. Because like the point is that the technique doesn't gain XP just because it's selected as a technique. Like you still need to like farm the weapon. Ironically enough, I would argue that like barbarians probably has like the least amount of like impact early on from their class passes, so you have to level it up. And to be fair, like a lot of it's more like I feel like a lot of it's more like icing on the cake. I don't actually think it's like makes or breaks builds, which arguable whether it's good or not. But like the enchantment system, I remember like by remembering how it works properly is actually pretty impactful. Which ones you put it on, they can make some pretty busted skills depending on like the balancing and stuff. Look. And stuff like that, but it's just like the ones for the ones for Druid are actually pretty impactful though. Like I remember there being a noticeable difference between getting those tributes and passives like Chosen versus not having them. So, I mean, it doesn't matter now. I have it because I'm pretty sure the stronghold, like, is outlined when you clear it. I don't remember. Let's say I was running out of fury. I still haven't seen a single unique like. A single unique like item drop while being up here. Yeah. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Core reserve. So all we need now is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we can get to the next Paragon. Pretty good, pretty good. Making our way over. This is definitely the highest level I've gotten on a character in this game. Just because it feels good to... The Barbarian, I don't like the targeting for it. Since like sometimes like I have to like alternate between hitting shift and not shift because they just for whatever reason they don't want to do what I really wish like they would just put their pride down. I feel like they should go to they should do what they do good, right? Take the stuff that other people do good and put it together and make a good game. But I would very much like to see more ARPGs add the whole treat a skill like you're holding shift. Feature that like Path of Exile has. Like all of them are focusing on the dodge, but I'm just like, bro, that's such a like good feature to have. Like I honestly don't know why like they haven't like added that already. I feel like that's such a no-brainer feature to add to an ARPG where stuff like that's actually really important. But it is what it is. I don't know, I probably won't be playing much more Diablo soonish, so it doesn't really make a difference to me. Well, because like I'm level 75 now, well 77, right? Because we've been pumping these these nightmare dungeons. But I should probably be able to just finish out the Hell Tides like over a weekend or something, or just doing like the missions. And then once I'm done with that, then I'm basically done. I don't really care. There's no real rewards like this season that I know of, that I care of. Like for the BP, the only like visual reward that I cared for was the portal. I don't know, people can call me like superficial or whatever, but I feel like to be honest, one of the main reasons I play PoE so much, like every league that they do, is mostly because like I want the full set of like cosmetics. Like I want the cosmetics, like that's why I do it. For doing the league challenges. I wish I could just be good enough at the game to like at least get the tier 2, but I'm so bad at PoE that, you know, in some leagues I can't even finish getting the full tier 1 set, because I'm just not good at that game, and I just don't have the patience. Because like part of it's also just the build like I'm interested in playing, but I definitely think like Diablo 4 I think is going in the right direction though, with the tempering and all that kind of jazz. I think that it would be nice if the season mechanics had a mix of overworld dungeon like for progression for stuff, right? Like I've spent a lot of times in nightmare dungeons, you know, to gain levels and stuff, but unfortunately that like none of that does anything for me for the Iron Wolf thing, since I have to go do Hell Tides for that, and I just don't feel like doing Hell Tides. Wait, was that the little icons? Or did I accidentally like get some sort of like keybind that turned on? But yeah, I feel like it's going in the right direction. I feel like they're probably finding the way they can make seasonal stuff work out. I don't know, like I've said before, it's never a good idea to hope for a game to fail, because the more good games are on the market, the better it is for us as consumers. And so I'd very much like Diablo 4 to be successful, and Last Epoch to be successful, and Path of Exile 1 and 2 to be successful. Because the more of those games that are successful, the better, because that brings in not only as a whole does that bring the gaming industry higher, it brings in like more people would be interested in pursuing making a game in that industry, right? Like one of the reasons I would say there was a pretty big boom in MMOs was that it was so popular and there were so many good ones for a decent amount of time, that it brought a lot of like interesting minds into MMOs. And realistically, there was a good amount of MMOs that what killed them wasn't like the MMO itself, but like very specific like decisions. And when I say like MMOs and stuff, I mean like the MMO itself like wasn't bad. The gameplay mechanics were pretty good and stuff like that, and people really enjoyed it. Like one that I can think about that in a way what killed it wasn't necessarily like the game itself, but like certain decisions made was Wildstar, which I don't know, there might be a private server or something running around, but Wildstar was one of those where from people that I knew personally that played it a lot, they're like, yeah, no, the game itself is great, but there's a lot of like weird shit like system wise that they kept from like older MMOs, which basically didn't really exist anymore in like the newer ones, because there were systems that had been kind of like considered redundant and phased out. In a lot of other MMOs. And they were like, if they had just gotten rid of that and they just never put it in to begin with, like, it would have been pretty good. And then if they had gone free to play like much sooner, probably would have been more successful. WildStar's, I think, main like issue was that it came out too late. It kind of came out at a time where people were tired of getting tired of MMOs because it was such an oversaturated market and the quality was going down pretty badly. And then they kept a lot of like older features and like how things were, and like attunements and all that kind of jazz, which were systems that were getting phased out even by the MMOs that made the systems like popular to begin with. And then it was also sub-based in a time where a lot of people were shying away from sub-based MMOs because for the most part most of them just couldn't deliver, right? So like a lot of games that had subscriptions when they launched like were going free to play or buy to play depending on like the type. And unfortunately, I feel like they were just too slow on the, like, on pulling the trigger to change, because that happens a lot. Like, it's because it's a pretty decent, like, it's pretty wanting to do that sort of change is kind of risky. But I do know they saw some modicum of success when they changed to free to play. But then people got to the end game and came to realize like how bland it was to get access to the actual end game, because you had to do the attunements that took a while for a lot of the things, and they just didn't like they were too slow to come on the decision to like get rid of those systems, like the attunement systems. Because in a way, I don't necessarily think attunement systems are bad, in a way. Like, it's just that I think that when you block like an entire end game content behind an attunement system, that's when it's a problem, right? Like, people don't want to spend, you know, weeks getting ready to go do end game just to get to end game and be told, oh shit, you need to do another like 2 or 3 weeks of attunement processing for this. It's like, what? Like, I already spent all this time leveling a character, doing the doing all this other stuff to get geared so that I can get so that I can get to do endgame, and you're telling me I need to then go and do like more just bland monotonous like attunement thing? Like, people aren't gonna like that, which is why that system was getting phased out in a lot of MMOs. It's one because it's one of the main complaints for, like, for instance, when people have to deal with like Japanese businesses, is because they're very slow on adapting to things, like extremely slow, because of the way that their culture is, right? Like, it's like their culture is very tradition based, so they are very you know, we've been doing it this way since my grandpappy's time. Like, there's no reason to change it, even if there is plenty of reason to change it. And so it has to go through a lot of like links of the chain of command, like of approval. Like, there's no way to just shoot it straight up. Like, it has to go through a lot of the links in the chain before it gets like approved or not. And so it makes it a very slow process. Now there are some like Japanese companies that have kind of changed that, like so their response times are a bit more like responsive and stuff. But like from what I understand from like especially like gaming companies and stuff, they're still pretty slow. Even if they're given like perfect clear-cut answers and like examples of like these are the benefits that we gain. Oh wow, got a lot of butchers. Means more sigils, maybe, or nightmare keys. But it's not an inherently like safety issue. Just I feel like from what I understand, they're kind of like on the more extreme side of things of how slow they are for adjusting and making changes to things. Because like it happens to American companies too. Like I'm saying, there's a lot of like MMOs and stuff where the reason that the game goes under is because they're a little too slow on making a decision that would solve the problem. I.e. there's like, you know, changing to free to play, which is a pretty big decision, or being buy to play. I think ESO was one that was like sub based and then it became like buy to play, and it still kept the subscription if you didn't want to buy like be constantly buying like expansions if you came in later. Because if you were like an older, like if you were there from like day one, you had to buy the expansions anyway because the subscription didn't give you the expansions. But I don't know if my 200 mace has anything good. Or if it's like getting rid of a system. Because like a lot of times too, the problem in lies that sometimes developers kind of like get in their own heads. That they think that like something is better than what it is. Let me see if I need to spin. Oh, I definitely need to rotate this board. So I'm supposed to be undaunted. Bring an iron blooded age 20. And then so this one where I plan on going like we'll make a beeline for Carnage and then we'll come back this way to grab Fierce, then grab this socket for Undaunted. Yeah, that one's gonna be really good. Grab those and then move on our way. This one I think takes less points than the other one, maybe just slightly. But it's just like, and like to be fair, that's not even like you can't realistically blame like companies for that, because as people, as like humans, we generally are pretty pretty slow on making changes ourselves. As it's just, change is considered dangerous to the human mind. Well, to anything really, even like animals don't like changes too much. But it's just like, because there has been like, because like the caveat to that, right, is like it's not always the case of a game kind of goes under because it doesn't do changes. There's sometimes games go under because they do changes that they think are really good, but everybody else tells them don't do that. Like that's why I say it's not like a clear cut like choice. right? It's not just a yosh, right? It's sometimes it's it takes a bit more
I forge more than horses
to it, because like I think, what is it, Realm Royale? I don't know if they've recovered. They might have recovered to some degree. It's so accelerating.
The magics await you.
But Realm Royale was a BR that, from what I understood, had a very good, like, stable oh, I never tempered this. Had a pretty stable, like, growth and competition, and then they did a change that people didn't really like, and people had told them, like, that it wasn't a good idea to do it, and they went ahead with the changes anyway. And then what happened is people just left. People just left the game because the developers, like, were pretty, like, they were pretty in their own heads that the decision they were making was the right one,
use it well.
which, to be fair, sometimes is true and sometimes it's not true. And it's just like this, not this man, but in a lot of cases, like, because it's a bit tricky, right? Because, like, again, there's a lot of people that their reaction to like the changes, they don't like it. Damn, I was hoping I could make one more to put it into this one, but like, they don't like it. I don't like it 'cause people don't like change, and so a lot of people will say something is bad when it's not necessarily bad, just because they don't want it to change. So so it's not like, you know, it's not a clear cut, yes, you should not change. Like, you should always change it because people say change. Because sometimes people want something to change, but they don't actually want something to change. It's just, it's a case of grass is greener on the other side kind of deal. And they think something they want changed is going to be for the better, but then when they actually get it, they're like, oh, this is actually kind of bad. Like, that does happen, but part of that also kind of just depends on the community that you have fostered for your game. Because there's a lot of communities where it's like, it's a bit more casual of a player base, so they don't get really nitty gritty and they don't really understand what makes the game, like, fun. They just, like, think they do, but they don't, kind of deal. And then there's some communities where, like, you have players that they understand your game inside and out, and in some ways, like, even better than, like, you who made the game there. Or at the very least, they can understand why it's, like, why people like playing the game. And Blizzard was the one that shot themselves in the foot the most, because they're the ones that historically, when you think you know what you want, but you don't. And then they shot themselves in the foot because they, you know, didn't follow the community, like, what the, not necessarily the community, but like the actual players that were really into the game, like, suggested, and were like, this is kind of like what you should, like, you shouldn't do this, you should do this instead. Oh, Runic is new. The Runic helmet look like? Primal. Oh, I guess I don't have it. Or maybe it doesn't have a helmet. Oh yeah, I don't have it yet. It has a helmet, I just don't have it yet. But it's really a case of, like, you kind of have to understand, like, your player base as a community and kind of balance between the two. Because there's gonna be, like, players at the top end that they have, and like, they know what they would like. That wouldn't necessarily be good all the way down. It's why, like, for instance, like Apex, right, got extremely criticized because Apex went, well, the pro players are complaining because rank doesn't play like the tournament. They can't use rank to get, like, practice, because, so let's, like, fuck with the rank system to make it more like, you know, to kind of incentivize people to play more like a tournament. But, you know, it's, Apex has been around for so long that the community kind of, like, already has decided the way it wants to play the game. And those seasons, like there was a couple seasons that were like pretty good, but then there was a lot of seasons that people were like, wow, this is pretty shit, and people weren't too happy with it. And it was just like, you know, you kind of had to like temper up and down, like, because it was true that it still needed change, right? Like that's not, like, I don't think anybody was really arguing that it didn't need change, but it was like the way the change needed to be done was probably a little bit more fine-tuned than the way they initially handled it. Because a lot of times it's just like, you have to look at your community. You have to see how they, like, how your community as a whole like plays their game. You kind of need to get info from like top to bottom. Just what I like the most. And it's just like, it's hard to make a game. Kind of what I'm getting at. But like a lot of times, like some companies kind of get in their own heads that they think they know like the answer, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they don't. I won't say they never know the answer, but sometimes you're like, all right, buddy, sit down. Like, sit down. We need to have a talk, kind of deal. There are no wonders. What is that one? Not really big on like asymmetrical shoulders, but that one doesn't look too bad. It needs to stay green because my body tats are green, because you can't see the details in like any other color really. Like, tell me there's a dragon in there. No. Purple's not too bad. The green ones are like the better ones though, for being able to see the details. Gonna do all this, but we can't see any of it because we're so zoomed out. Where's the digital bin? Like, disenchant some of this. Yeah, so it's just a case. It's just like, it's one of those things though. It's like, did you ever go in like, and just straight up tell your players you think you do but you don't? No, you should never outright say that. That's a terrible idea. Like, that's a terrible idea because you're putting yourself in a position where if you're wrong, your player base is just gonna mock you for so long, which is what happened. It's what happened. Like when Blizzard took that stance, and then it ended up that like they weren't right. Like, you know. And while, to be fair, the wait, where's the two-handed sword? Do I have that already? I do have that already. Speaking of, I forgot to put a skin on my two-handed sword. But it was a case of that, even though, because I think like they kind of did like the player requested things, or at least like what the players were saying that should be, and it like didn't fully work either. But it was a kind of a case where it was just like, yeah, but you said that we don't know what we want, and it like still kind of worked, kind of deal, right? You should just not say that to your player base. You just be like, well, you know, we can try it. Or you come up with some other like flimsy excuse to like get around it. Is it a one-handed sword? I know there's a free sword skin in here somewhere. Honestly, if they want to make the BP better, they should take Smoldering Ash out, attach it to the Season Journey. And then replace that with like a currency or like more cosmetics and stuff for free. Kind of just my opinion. Oh, no, we have it. I just haven't claimed it. I was like, I'm pretty sure it was a two-handed weapon. Pretty flower. It actually doesn't look too bad, to be honest. To be fair, the best part of like the BP is usually the weapons. The weapon skins really aren't that bad. May not be my taste, and there's a couple that are relatively fucking bland, but for the most part, like I would say, the weapons usually there's at least like a couple in the free track that's pretty good. The free armor is usually garbage in my opinion, in all honesty. Like just garbage. Like so far out of all the ones I have, because I didn't play the last season, the one with the little robot thing very much. I didn't get any of those. But what I remember, it wasn't that good anyway. But like if you compare like, holy shit, the fucking poison. But if you compare it to the like what you get from Path of Exiles, like, which is what they're gonna get compared to. Like, regardless of how we feel, like the free rewards from Diablo 4 will always be compared to Path of Exile, because they are the current like measuring stick for games in this genre. The caveat is that, like, you know, in a lot of cases I'm someone who likes to go, but you know, this game hasn't been out for that long and blah blah blah. Like all that kind of goes out the door when like you ask for you have the price tag that like Diablo 4 has, on top of it having a battle pass and on top of it having a in-game store, right? Like when it comes to game time, have I gotten like $70 worth of like game time out of Diablo 4? Technically, yeah. Would I say I've gotten $70 worth of like actual like game content where I would like tell somebody to buy Diablo 4? Not even close. Like I would tell you you're better off spending $70 in Path of Exile than I would tell you to buy Diablo 4. Like that's just the sad truth of it. Because for $70 you'll get like a handful of tabs that you need to make it comfortable. Obviously not super top of the line, and it kind of depends on the league mechanic, right? Because like the current coffin one needs like 20 billion fucking tabs for the coffins, since they made them free instead of costing a chaos. But like you just, for $70 you can get a handful of the tabs you need to be pretty comfy. And pretty comfy and in PoE, and then you still have enough, like you still have enough left over to probably get yourself like an armor set that you like, or a like a weapon skin. I would say that if you're going to get like, if you're going to spend money for cosmetics and you don't have a lot of money you spend on cosmetics in Path of Exile, to just get the weapon skin set rather than like an armor skin, because there's actually some pretty cool armor ones that you can get from just doing the league challenges. While at least like in the time I've played, they haven't put out a there hasn't been any weapon skins. And they give out like pets from time to time. Like I have a tiger pet from Twitch drops. I have like, I think You get free MTX boxes from events sometimes. I have I think 2 of the back pieces I have come from Twitch drops, like stuff like that. So that's kind of the case. Because like realistically, it's like, what are you gonna do? So like if you want the BP, which it doesn't pay for itself, I think it pays for itself every like 3 seasons. How much? Let's see how much the BP costs. All right, so it's $10, so that's normal. And then, all right, so it pays for itself every other, like every other BP, right? Because you'll get like 1,400, so you have 600 left over. And like it has a weird, like you're gonna miss out on BPs. That's the weird part of it. If you just get the BP, because it's 700 platinum, right? So you won't get it it won't pay for itself the first season. It won't pay for itself. It'll start paying for itself the second season. Which, you know, you'll pay for 2 seasons and you'll have like 1,400. And then you buy the next one and then you'll be at 1,100, and then you buy the next one and then you have to pay for it again. So like it doesn't pay for itself. And then like the free cosmetics are so bad. Except for the portal, but like the free portal, the free armors and stuff is actually just terrible in comparison to what you get on like the pay track. Like there's probably people that like it, don't get me wrong. Like there's parts of this that isn't too bad, but the fact that it's just like regular clothes, meanwhile you have like actual armor pieces like attached to this other one, like they really need to change that. Like they really need to change that. At the very least, I'd say it needs to at least look like something that would drop in a dungeon. Or at the very least, they need to attach something to like the season challenges themselves, if they don't want to do it on the BP. Like I was pretty stoked when I think it was the vampire one. There was a specific horse, and it was a and you got a mount armor from it. And I was like, oh wow, they're actually like upping the season challenges, because in Diablo 3 you got like pets and sometimes you got cosmetics and stuff. I dashed through. But it's like stuff like that keeps people engaged, because like you would think no, because like you're like, well, it's an ARPG, like who cares about the casuals? Well, the casuals are kind of what keeps a game going, because like they're the people that pad your numbers and pad your stats at like the beginning of seasons and stuff like that, that, you know, you can then show to like shareholders and be like, look how many players that we have. And then, you know, like you obviously shouldn't completely cater to them, but if your game is engaging enough to like, I would say, because like Path of Exile is probably a decent example, right? The current league, like, I think had one of the highest like player counts at the beginning of the season, because they really just hit some really good seasons recently, like back to back, that people enjoyed. And like had pretty good player retention until the more recent one, but that's just because, well, until this one. Like apparently the player retention for this one is the lowest it's been ever, period. But I think it's just because the whole graveyard thing is a bit more than people want to deal with on a casual level. Because, and I think it's a compounding thing of the fact that like there's Atlas passives for it, this league, which to be honest, like I'm glad they tried it, but I hope they never do it again, which seems to be the general consensus. Most people are like, it's nice that they attempted it, but we really hope they don't do it again because it's pretty bad. because like you can tell they kind of like shafted the, like from what I understand, it's night and day difference if you have those Atlas passives, like whether you have them or not, for getting the coffins and stuff, which sucks because I kind of just want to like run my Atlas passive tree while getting my coffins and stuff, but I can't even do that. So it's just like, I'm glad they tried. I hope they don't do it again. Because it's just a case of, yeah, it's cool that we got 3 trees, right? Because we do have 3 like Atlas passive trees that we can go through. But realistically, if it keeps up the same way, like if they keep sticking with it, it becomes like you have 3 Atlas passive trees, it gets chopped down to you have 2 Atlas passive trees because one of them has to be dedicated to the season mechanic, right? So that is how it is. Like, I don't know what they would replace those with specifically, because I'm mistaken, I have to go like up this way and just like straight on over to Card Ninja. Yeah, we just go straight up this way, straight to there. Then we start working on our way this way. Do this, grab this, go up here, grab these, to here, to here. Grab like these. Once we're done with that, grab this, because once we get this way, you go. That. Yeah, I think this one takes less, stuff. To be honest, I should probably like just use one of these swords. I'm pretty sure the damage difference then makes up for losing the unique, right? So annoying. Just let me go to the dungeon, bro. Like, I hate this. I hate this. Like, it's one of the things I hate the most. Is like, just let me go to the dungeon. Don't put mobs in front of a dungeon. Just let me just... If you're not gonna let me teleport to the next dungeon from inside the dungeon, then, like, don't put mobs in front of the thing. Just let me teleport. Like, it's so annoying. Like, honestly, it's just so annoying. Where is all the poison done? Back to back. I think like with most of the dungeons I've done in these past ones, I think like half of them have been the spider ones. I feel like the Holy Bolts elixir procs the artillery. Right. Is that what I need? No. There's a pair of unique boots I need. So like this build uses 4 uniques. There's boot, pants, helmet, and sword. This is the sword I need. This is the helmet I need. I need the ancestral unique versions of those, and then I'm waiting for the uniques for these two. Oh, the pain just shuffle me. Pain. Also, this weird thing where I want to play an MMO, but I don't want to play any of the ones that I own that I don't need a subscription to play. I don't understand how the first time today I opened my thing. But it like directly put me on top of, like it moved my map specifically to where it needed to be for the nightmare dungeon, but then after that like it didn't, like it no longer does that. But honestly, for real, they just need to like put an area in front of the dungeons where I can just portal to the next nightmare dungeon. I don't want to have to like fucking clear out an area before I portal. But oh, these are also just thoughts. To be fair, I'm not like someone who puts money in their game, so they probably shouldn't listen to me. Well, aside from buying it, though. To be fair, I got it fairly cheap. Because I am definitely not like the normal person who buys this game. I bought this game when it was on sale, and I had added a WoW token to my Battle.net balance. So I basically had like 15 bucks off on top of the sale. I think it cost me like 20 bucks to get this game, something like that. I made out like a bandit because big brain. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's probably people that should have just got this game for free, to be honest. I had a buddy of mine who he said that when they announced Diablo 4, he was just gonna farm WoW tokens to get it. Like his plan was to farm, like farm enough WoW tokens to play to continue playing World of Warcraft for free, and then try to get as many extra ones leading up to Diablo 4 to get Diablo 4 as cheap as possible. And if he kept up with that, I'm pretty sure he more than likely would have made enough to get the game for free. Like the basic version. Here you go, upgrade my potion. Wiggy. Alright, this one's almost done. And then we have ire for the next one. I have to go upgrade my potion. Yeah, I don't know. It's just to be honest, like, if I'm perfectly honest, I want Last Epoch to be a lot better. I thoroughly enjoyed Last Epoch. It's just that, like, since we don't get, like, the first, like, actual season isn't until July. I don't really have to worry about it then.
Careful with this one. Very potent.
Actually, since I'm here, I may as well do the adjustment. It's supposed to be... I forget what it's called. Oh, it's this one. I don't know if that one's actually any good though. Actually worth using this stage. Probably. It seems to be at least comparable enough for now. And then we also get tempering on it, so.
Stars do not lie.
Ah, a warrior. How may I serve?
Do we have one? Oh, I haven't tempered the. Me too. The damage of it. That's actually really good. Makes me kind of want to reroll this one. Be like increased damage or increased size, yeah. The increased size is equivalent to increased damage.
Forge awaits your return.
For us. Because of the shout one.
skill is unmatched. You'll see.
I guess maybe if you do it from like inside the dungeon, it doesn't like do it since it teleports you out. I don't know. That's weird. Maybe I'll just like teleport out of the dungeon for activating the key. That's also like an easier way to do it. It's two load screens anyway, because it teleports you out of the dungeon into the, and you have to teleport to the dungeon again, and sometimes you have to kill the stuff. So I might as well just do that instead. Hey yo, we got the frick fighting. At some point I guess I need to try like the PvP, see if I can get the PvP bardings, because those are actually pretty nice. But I'll have to like actually set up PvP builds. To be honest, I think the tempering did more for like adding our damage than the sword did. Tempering the two-handed, I completely forgot to temper the tempering is so good. Like, to be honest, like whoever thought of that was really smart. And then making it so that like the higher level weapons can get two. Honestly, like really smart. That's why I said that it was going in the right direction. Like if they can still keep up making ideas like that, it's pretty good. Cause like you could be like, ah, but it's pretty boring. Not every fix has to be exciting. Like that's something that annoys me sometimes. Like sometimes communities want like a fix to be quote unquote exciting. Whatever the fuck that even is supposed to mean, or creative, when realistically speaking, like a fix just needs to fix the problem. Like in a game, it's like if the problem is something feels weak, it doesn't need an exciting, creative like fix. Sometimes you just need to fix the damage numbers, and then the playstyle itself will be fun and exciting and creative. And I think sometimes developers kind of get in their own heads a little bit about that too. They're like, oh well, we can't just like do this because then it's kind of boring, or do this because then this is kind of boring. And it's like, if something's been unplayable for that long, maybe do the boring thing while you figure out how to do a non-boring fix. Something, right? Because the caveat to that, right? Because like the thing with it is that maybe, just maybe, when you do the boring fix, right? While you try to go and do a non-boring fix like after, potentially you might realize that maybe you don't need to do the non-boring fix because maybe people are pretty content with the boring fix, which a lot of times that's just the case. A lot of times like people like to play a certain playstyle, and the only reason they don't enjoy playing the game, even when they do like playing their particular playstyle, isn't because oh, this one's good. The dodge chance is kind of whatever, but that one's actually that one's kind of whatever. The 135 strength is really useful for now. We're still gonna drop it once we get the pants that we need, but oh, this one's capped up. Also, the change for I think imposing presence, yeah. Yeah, imposing presence.
That looks worn. I can fix it.
Nice. Then concussion. Nice. Yeah, as long as like I didn't care if it was +1 or +2. But it's just like like I don't know, maybe I'm a little weird. Maybe, well, to be honest, it probably has to deal with the fact that I tend to like playstyles that aren't very popular, I guess. Or they like used to be really good and then they fell out of the meta. Stuff like that. Like an example is I thoroughly enjoy slam builds in Path of Exile. I think they have like, when it comes to like stuff like doing like an earthquake, earth shatter, asunder, like those types of stuff, Path of Exile, like just the effects like are very nice. They feel very good. But the playstyle, like between how like the game itself has evolved, like in gameplay style, and just like a lot of this, like the things that made Slam strong in the older series getting like neutered, kind of together basically makes it really hard to play and like see progress in a decent matter. Like in the time it would take me to make a slam build, like from experience that I've done in the past couple seasons, the amount of time it takes me to make a slam build like viable to play like into red maps comfortably, where I'm not worrying about dying every 2 seconds that I'm walking around on a red tier map, versus the amount of investment it takes me to do like basically almost any other build, really. It's like 9-day difference, because the layers of defenses you need to be able to survive to do well. It kind of also depends on the slam. Like I do kind of want to try the volcanic fissure of snaking, because I feel like that one could be pretty good, but that one for bossing is gonna feel kind of rough because of the fact that like you need like a lot of AoE for it. Not to mention that if I'm thinking the best way to play that is like strength stacking with Brutus Lead Sprinkler and stuff like that, which I don't know. I'm in the camp that if I'm gonna play a slam build, that shit needs a two-handed weapon. That's how I feel. But I heard the Sunder was pretty good. I should have tried that. I heard the transfigured Sunder was basically like old Sunder, and it was like the damage values on it were really good. but we'll see. I don't know. Next league, supposedly they're supposed to be doing some. It's supposed to be the patch that has like melee changes in it. So just have to wait and see what that feels like. Honestly, I could probably change the Wrath of the Berserker by now.
I must wait. I'm low on
Excuse me. Hello. Have fun. Goodbye. We're done with that one. Next is Ire's turn. To be honest, I should probably go and try to do the 28s rather than continuing through the 26s. Yeah, I think we'll go back, dismantle anything that's like 27 and lower, and then do like the 27s into the 28s. I'm pretty sure we can do them. Like, we're easily carving through 26s. I would find it hard to believe that we wouldn't be able to handle 27s, 28s. What am I doing? I do like the seasonal potion thing they did though. I think that's a really nice change. I wouldn't mind if that was like a thing they kept going forward. Like every season has like their own thematic potion. Oh shit, that was close. will say though, as much as I like to like, you know, talk about Path of Exile and like compare that and stuff, I don't want more games to be like Path of Exile. Like a lot of people kind of like gripe about Diablo with like how the skill tree is so bleh or whatever. To be honest, like I don't think the depth of Diablo comes from the skill trees. I think if they actually want depth, they should just focus on the Paragon board. Since you like realistically spend way more time dealing with that system than you do the skill tree system. Like I think if they want to look for a way to add depth to the game, it should definitely be through the Paragon board rather than the skill tree, like the regular one. Or the equipment, right? Like if they want to do through the equipment, which Diablo tends to prefer, being a more equipment-based thing. Like for defining builds and stuff, even if it's not like sets, right? Like look at like the uniques and how the legendary effects. Like for instance, I'm pretty sure that this build for Double Strike wouldn't even work without being able to summon, without being able to generate the Dust Devils, the Twisters. Like, there's just no way. I'm pretty sure like almost all the damage comes from the Twisters. So it's just like it's just that's just how Diablo is, and I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, right? Because like for instance, a lot of the power in Path of Exile comes from the skill gems and the passive tree. Last Epoch, a lot of the power comes from the mastery tree into the skill mastery, like the skill like trees, right? Like stuff like that. Like having these differentiations is really good, because the problem that happened with MMOs is that too many people did too much copy paste, right? Too much. Well, we're gonna follow the class has specs formula that World of Warcraft did, and not enough people kind of branched out amongst it. Because like let's rattle off like the MMOs right now that are, I would say, are stable in the fact that like they have a pretty sizable player base. And if you look up MMOs and stuff, or if you get like random videos, it's probably about one of these MMOs. And for the usual ones, right, the fantasy style ones, you have I was about to say Path of Exile. You have World of Warcraft, especially now with all the classic and the remix stuff that they're doing. You have Final Fantasy 14, especially now that it has its new expansion coming out. You have Guild Wars 2. You have Elder Scrolls Online, and then like you'll have like RuneScape sprinkled in. I would say would probably be the other ones. Those would probably be the major ones that most people have either heard of, gotten an ad for, watched a video of, etc., etc. Out of all the ones available, there's still some other ones mixed in, right? You have like Maple Story and all that kind of jazz. But I would say in general, those are probably like the main MMOs that like people will know about. And while they have some similarities, they each have like plenty of things that differentiate them from each other, right? You can toss in EVE Online. EVE Online I kind of like hesitantly toss into the MMO thing. It is an MMO. If anything, it's probably like one of the purest MMOs with the way it works. But it's so different from everything on the market that like I feel like you have to be a very specific type of player to enjoy playing EVE Online. You either have to like enjoy a lot more of a logistical side of things, or you have to just have a lot of time on your hands that you want to like invest into a game that you feel is worth investing in, which I would probably say EVE Online is probably one of those games. Now, to some degree, there's some newer ones that I hesitate to put on the list because I feel like those are a bit even more. Like for instance, Black Desert we can toss on the list if we wanted to, but I feel like Black Desert has been so hit or miss recently with like they'll have like an update that I hear people singing its praises, and then like the very next update people are like, holy shit, this game sucks because of a change they made. Lost Ark, I don't know if it can like, you know, stay in that, be on that list because same reason, you know, especially for the Western version. Like it's been stable, I guess you could say, because a lot of people still play it. Like I still see lots of streams of people streaming Lost Ark with some pretty good numbers and stuff. But it's just like I was like it's so new to, especially to the Western market, that I hesitate to put it on that list for those reasons, because a lot of the games on the list are, they're either pretty close to or they're over 10 years that they've been up and at 'em. Like World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy 14, EVE Online have been around for a long time, like a long time. Like I think because of the debacle of the launch for 14, people forget that 14 is actually a pretty old MMO. World of Warcraft, everybody knows, is old as shit. EVE Online is about as old. I actually think it might be slightly older than World of Warcraft. I don't remember. It's either like on par with age or it's like a little older than World of Warcraft. But it's just like... Okay, that one's 15. So like, that's kind of like the ones I'm thinking about when I think Guild Wars 2 is old. It's pretty old. Been around for a decent amount of time for the MMO side of things. What else? It's just, you know, those, but like they're all pretty distinctly different from one another, like is what I'm getting at. And that's kind of what the RPG market needs to be like. If there's going to be a lot of like different Diablo style games. Although if you don't activate the key, it's going to be... Did I not get a key for... Huh. Like, it's like things will flop because like you had so many MMOs that were like free to play that just followed the same, like, just hard followed the same recipes, and they all flopped because the point is that if someone is successful with something and you just go, oh, Control C, Control V without doing any changes whatsoever, what's going to happen is that if, depending on the age of the game you are copying, if you literally aren't doing anything different, which to be fair, they're not doing anything different. Like a lot of, like, there were so many WoW clones that was literally just World of Warcraft with like a different skin on it. Like, people aren't going to stick to your game because it's like, well, we have a game over here. Because a lot of times, like, those newer games just can't keep up with like the updating and the polish, and like a lot of times if you're pretty late to the market, like say like even like a year, 2, 3 years in trying to keep up with the games that are in the market, if you're not like innovating in some form or fashion, people are just going to be like, well, we already spent a lot of time and money on this other game. Yeah, this game's kind of fun because it's like the same thing, but it's the same thing and I already have a lot of stuff on the other character, like on the other game. They're not going to stick to your game. That's just how that works. Which is why, like, you know, copying is good, but I would say instead of copying, you should just gain inspiration. Because it's not like, for instance, like World of Warcraft, right? World of Warcraft has the class specs, right? Like if you're warrior, you can be arms, fury, protection. You know, you have holy, retribution, protection for paladins, feral, balance, druids. Like, you know, it goes on and on. Restoration. Like, you know, you have so many different things for the specs, but it's not like there's no MMO with, you know, that doesn't have specs, right? Guild Wars has specs for the classes. It's just that they came from it from a different angle, right? Like, you know, theirs is based off of weapons and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's just, you kind of have to find your own little niche for it. It kind of just helps also that Guild Wars has also been a different template. Because I still remember Guild Wars 1, because I played Guild Wars 1. Guild Wars 1 was a lot of fun. Pretty sure it's just straight this way. But it's just like, you know, everything has their own stuff. Final Fantasy 14 has the cool thing where you can do everything on one character, right? You can play every single job on one character. You don't have to have alts, all that kind of jazz. To be honest, in a way, I know a couple people, they have like 3 or 4 alts in 14, and I'm like, how? Because you have to go through the main story on every single one of them. Well, you don't have to go through the main story. You can buy the story skips, but those skips aren't overly cheap. And then you have to like level up the character, which generally the best way to level up the character is doing the MSQ. So it's just like I just don't know how people do it. Because I made alts on 14 to try to keep up with people I knew from other like servers back before they did like the server world stuff. And like the world visit system and stuff like that. And I just couldn't, like, I would leave them at like the minimum level they had to be at to be able to interact with people. Yeah, ESL, I don't know enough to really talk about it. I just know that it's apparently popular enough with a lot of people. I still get a lot of videos for it whenever I watch like MMO things. Like whenever I watch MMO videos, I get Elder Scroll Online suggestions because it's, I guess, a popular enough MMO that it still like pops up. To be fair though, I need to like, I did like reinstall it recently because I was like, I guess I'll try it. I haven't played that MMO, like, to be fair, I never played it very much to begin with. I played it a little bit when it launched. I played it with a friend of mine. Because we tried the beta. We weren't overly impressed at the time with it. But I do kind of want to give it a try now. Again, even though like, well, the biggest reason I want to give it a try is because I don't remember if Epic gave me some of the DLCs for free. I tried checking what I had from them, but it wouldn't like show me. This. I think I just need to do these two. I want to be done with this one. Kind of them. But yeah. Then there's also Destiny 2, where I have like, I think a majority of the expansions. And then apparently I was watching like a video or like a short recently or something where they apparently they brought back like 2 things that people really liked and people were saying it's pretty good. So I might like try Destiny 2 again at some point. What else? I want to get Ghost of Tsushima. I really want to play that game. The fact that Ghost of Tsushima came to PC before Bloodborne did is a crime in my opinion. Like, how is Bloodborne not gotten a PC release? But yeah, so I really want to get Ghost of Tsushima. What else? Space Marine 2. I still want to get Eiyuden Chronicles. I wanted to get it at launch, but then I was like, I think I'll just wait for it to go on sale. Helldivers is another one I plan on getting when it goes on sale. I kind of want to work through my backlog of games, so I think what I'm probably going to start doing is probably doing like 3 days of like playing some sort of RPG or something with like 2 days of Apex in the mix. I haven't fully decided yet. Or it could just be something I do at night whenever I don't have to do grinding for like Grand Blue or something. Even though recently with the acquisition of like Weathering as a for a gacha game. That's been pretty fun. I like being able to just run around and explore things. Oh. I don't know why it was taking so much longer. Because I didn't have holy bolts. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do like, I don't know, probably do Tuesday, Thursday for Diablo this week. So, you know, obviously Friday and Thursday, and then do Monday, Wednesday, Friday for Apex. Potentially, depends, because Fridays kind of haven't been very nice to me recently for Apex. So, but I think like next week I'm probably going to do like Monday, Wednesday, Friday of some sort of RPG, and then Tuesday, Thursday for Apex. Well, actually no, Apex was Dilemma. Maybe it'll be like Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. I don't know. I'll figure something out. I just know that like if it keeps up, I don't want to play Apex on Fridays, because Apex on Fridays is painful. And then Grand Blue Fantasy, I have, well, Weathering, if I'm not doing Grand Blue stuff, is actually pretty fun. So that'll probably be like what we played, well, what I stream at night for a while. And then that's gonna get dropped soon because we have Rise of the Beast on the 6th of June with a new Cardinal character, and then we need to try to see if we can at least get another Magna 3 glove done before Guild War starts. And then after that is Guild Wars. And then once we're done with Guild Wars, probably gonna be some other grindy shit I need to do after. Probably not. Usually they give us some sort of like mercy after Guild Wars. So that's kind of like the plan I kind of have going on. It's just that. Yeah, so I think what I might do is, so I have like, for backlog games I want to work through, I have the Tales of series, but I have multiple Tales of games that I bought when they were on sale for a really good price that I want to play through, especially now that I have a controller. I have God of War, I have Horizon Zero Dawn, the first one. I have Red Dead Redemption 2, which is a game I had been neglecting for a while to play. That's for backlog purposes. I do want to work on, I do want to get like Lies of P at some point, get Ghost of Tsushima, Aether Chronicles. I want to play through those. I have my whatchamacallit. I have my Switch games. I'd like to Bravely Default. Game I want to play through. I want to get through. Honestly, like one of these, probably not this season because I already started like ranking on this season. So I kind of want to like try to get gold again on both splits this season. But I'm probably gonna be like super duper filthy casual again, like on the next season of Apex, so that I can get I can work through this backlog. Because now that I'm thinking through it, like there's a lot of games in the backlog that I want to like work through. So I want to get through Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and then eventually get Xenoblade Chronicles 3, and then there's a bunch of other JRPGs I want to play. And then I have to like weave in like Last Epoch in July, whenever the next Path of Exile League is. Since I have like tentative hopes for it, since it's supposed to be the one for the melee patch. What else? I guess whatever the next like Diablo is. If I get into Destiny, well, I'd have to see like what super casual content there is to do in Destiny. Like I don't like Destiny's weird. Destiny's kind of a game where like I'll play like every. Like I haven't had the itch to play. The only reason I'm like, oh yeah, I should play Destiny is because I have like I got that thing for the expansions from Epic, which unlocked a lot of content that I couldn't do before. So I can get like weapons and stuff that I didn't get before. It's just that like I don't know, it's a little I guess like weird because like a lot of the like I'm someone who's very like cosmetic orientated, right? So if I like a game's mechanics, I'll play it. But in order for me to stay like really like hooked into it, it kind of needs like a cosmetic chase that I can do. Because to be fair, like looking good is the real end game for any game. Can't really change my mind. Like happens in FPS games, happens in MMOs, happens in RPGs. Anything that's a game that people like to repeatedly play over and over again. Like all of those games have some sort of usually have some sort of like visual like chase that you can have, right? Have some sort of a cosmetic thing that you can get to kind of keep players playing their game. Because like people like to look good. Like it's always funny because like I feel like there's this weird there's this weird I don't know where this sends me. I feel like there's this weird thing where people like I think people like companies thought that people don't care about like that players don't care about how they look on their game like in their games. Like players do. The amount of people that actually have little to no visual interest in their characters is pretty low. It's just that a lot of times it's dependent on how you get it, right? Like for instance, World of Warcraft, there's mythic raiders that honestly generally do not care like about the appearance of their character at all. There's a lot of mythic players that they don't care about chasing like cosmetics, but they like the fact that mythic armor, at least at the time, I don't know what it does now, but mythic armor looked different than everything else, and they would make sure that even if like a piece of mythic plus dungeon gear was better than their like actual raid mythics, they would still transmog it with the raid, with the mythic raid pieces, because like it's, you know, they knew that less people had that and it differentiated them, you know, from everybody else. So it made them feel special. Gladiators had the same thing. Gladiators in World of Warcraft had a specific set. Well, for high rating, you know, you had a specific, you know, it was usually a different color of the mythic armor, mythic raid armor, but they got whatchamacallit, a mount, right? There's the gladiator mounts, which, you know, I've seen like some of those, not all of those mounts are like super great, but I've seen guys who just wear, like they'll use the mount, the new ones, just because it's, you know, they know that a very small minority of the player base has that mount. Like stuff like that, right? Like players like that kind of stuff. And then there's just other players who just like to look good. We have a way we think we, you know, a style that we like, so that's how we want to look, and that honestly gives us engagement. Honestly, the smartest thing they ever did in World of Warcraft was adding the transmog system. It was the smartest thing they ever did. Allowing players, adding a system that incentivizes players to like put groups together for, depending on like at what point, you know, they're trying to do the old content, right? Like if it's previous if it's like literally just the previous expansion content, you probably need to get at least like a party together or something for it. But it's just like giving people something to like go back to do older content for, no, it's not a power gain, right? It's just it's just a condition. It's just a cosmetic feature, but it adds more playtime, right? Because they're gonna be running it sometimes on, like, I was running it on multiple characters, right? Like I basically always have had 3 plate wearers, like at max level for an expansion, because I usually like playing plate classes. To be fair though, whatchamacallit, Paladin was mostly just because it's a 3rd plate wearing class that I can run through old content for transmog. But like, I usually played a lot of Death Knight and Warrior, predominantly Warrior. But like, I'd still put a decent amount of time into Death Knight. I would run them through dungeons. I was running hella dungeons like all the fucking time. I think I'll come back to get this later. I'll go here to put in the Undaunted. Grab these. And grab these. Grab whatever else I need. And it's just like, Drugshot, there's just not much about it. Monster Hunter, they ended up having to put in like layered armor and layered weapons, because before you had to literally choose between wanting to look good or wanting to deal a shit ton of damage. I was kind of in the middle. I would usually try to find like set pieces that would give me enough damage but also look, you know, kind of nice. Because this doesn't have a socket. Basically, if it doesn't have a socket, then I'm not.
The forge is always hot.
But it's just how it is. It's just how it is. It's a really, cosmetics are a really easy way to incentivize players to continue playing your game, staying on the treadmill and chasing the carrot. Because you don't have to balance it. You know, you don't have to worry about, oh, is this like item overpowered? It's cosmetic, right? Now you do have to worry to some degree if the cosmetic does give you certain advantages. Looking at you, Path of Exile. But for the most part, cosmetics are cosmetics. You know, Apex also had the same problem to a lesser degree, where the iron sights on certain skins were pay to win because they gave you more screen space and stuff, even though they've been going out of their way to make sure that doesn't happen again. Which, to be fair, they took the path of least resistance. I would argue the proper path would have been to make the iron sights of the pay-to-win skins like default, rather than make the pay-to-win skin iron sights the same as the regular iron sights, or untouch them, because like for the most, a lot of the ones they're untouched, right? Like the R9 one that's like considered pay-to-win didn't get changed at all. They're just like, ah, well, we're just gonna make it where future skins won't be pay to win. And it's like, or you could just use that as like the standard of metric and then just make all the skins look like have that iron sights. Like, I'd argue that's a better path to take, but that's also the path of more work, though. Because that means you have to go back and redo the model for all of the previous weapons. I mean, you wouldn't have to do that. You could have just been like skins from now and just have that iron sight. Because like they didn't go back and change a lot of the older iron sights that were unique to those skins, the reactives and stuff. I think it would have been perfect. Like, people would have been, there probably would have been people who would have been pissy about it, but I would have been like, it's, well, they just went, alright, going forward, all skins will now have these iron sights, but they chose to go the other route instead, which is fine, I guess. Not really, but it's the route they took, so it's the route we're gonna have to deal with. To be fair though, like, it's just the iron sight issue with Apex, I would argue, isn't like, it does it give you a distinct advantage? I'd say depending on the gun. For the flatline, I would say yes. Yes, it did. Even though the flatline iron sights really aren't that bad to begin with. For the R9, I'm like, hot take, I actually don't think those sights are that much better. Personally. Might also just be because I'm bad, so it doesn't matter which iron sight I have, but I really don't think that it was like that much better. The one that still cracks me up is the one where you could blatantly tell that the model was bugged. Like, you could straight up blatantly tell that the model was bugged. And then people got all pissy because they fixed it, which was the water gun flatline model. You could literally blatantly tell that model was bugged, because the iron sights were literally like, if I'm saying it was the two side like bars were floating in mid-air, not touching anything. And I'm like, and then they fixed it by putting the bracket that was supposed to be there back on, and then people got upset. I'm like, bro, there's no way. Like, all right, so like I could kind of understand, like, before because it's really, there's no way you're gonna be able to tell like on the screen itself, like when you're previewing the gun. But if you owned the gun and you looked and you ADS'd with it, you could blatantly tell that it was bugged. You can tell that it was not an actual design choice and that it was bugged. But the problem is that there's people that they saw people using it and they saw the footage and they were like, oh shit, that gives you a shit ton of like visibility while still giving you the lines, like is really good, and they bought the gun specifically for that. Those people were kind of annoyed when, you know, they fixed the iron sights on them. And it's just like, bro. Now I will say I think I don't remember if they fixed it before, like during or after the, which that's a big no-no. I will accept that as a criticism. But like I could instantly tell. Like I remember when I first saw a video of people showing the iron sights for the water gun flatline, I was like, that's a bug. I was like, that's a bug. That's not intentional. I was like, you can literally see the sides floating. Like you can tell that there's supposed to be something there that's not, because there's literally no other like iron sight in the game has that sort of effect where you just have the two lines like on the side just floating. Like it's very obvious when a iron sight is supposed to have that sort of like thing, right? Like the triple take and stuff like that. So, but then you have Path of Exile where there's literally like certain things that are considered pay to win for the skins and stuff. Like what is it? I think it's like Spark or whatever that has a pay to win one. There's a couple other ones that have pay to win. Detonate Dead has some pay to win ones on it. There are some pay to lose skins though for their skill effects. Where it's just like the the extra effect is so like obnoxious that it will that it'll like get you killed because you can't see shit. So I guess it kind of evens it out in the end. Because like for instance the like I bought the $30 supporter pack for the bear, right? And it came with a ring, which in the video seemed really cool, which was when you hit a certain type of monster, it would like basically look like you're beating their soul out of their body. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. I don't use that on anything that's not ranged anymore, because on melee, on certain like bosses, the effect is so obnoxious that it, well, one, sometimes it just straight up hurts my eyes to see the flash, but two, a lot of times like it'll cover up whatever the boss is doing. So I like sometimes I've died to like that effect covering up other effects. Oh. There are pay to lose things. But yeah. And the interesting note is that they do plan on adding transmog and might as well figuring out this section. They do plan on adding transmog for and the color and like coloring armor to the last epoch in the future. It's on the they put it on the roadmap, and I was actually kind of surprised a little bit. I was surprised more for the coloring. The transmog I feel like is kind of just a no-brainer, I still say that's one of the biggest detriments. That's one of my biggest negatives against Last Epoch, is that they don't do that. Yeah, you could be like, ah, but they have like the challenge armor sets. I don't give a shit about that, dude. That's still just an option that should just be in the game. Especially considering how expensive the cosmetics in that game are. Because there's some pretty cool weapons. And like armors and stuff that look cool. They have pretty cool in-game like models. But you just don't use them because they suck. So it's just like, what's the best way to deal with that? Transport, climber, whatever you want to call it. Layered system. Like whatever you want to call it. That's like the best way to handle that. Obviously not really. Like the best way to handle that is like balancing so that it looks, you know, all that stuff is like all those weapons and armor are usable, but that's impossible. Because as things come in and out of meta, like when things comes into meta, other things will drop out of meta, and you know that's just the nature of the beast when you're playing, when you're trying to like balance an MMO or like any sort of game with like online features and stuff. Let's see if we get to 20 really count. We got to like 17, 18. Pretty sure that's the path up, right? Yeah. Up here, grab this. Put Undaunted in. Then we grab these two, then we grab this, and grab all the other side shit we need. Because that we now get damage for being fortified. That's another damage increase. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to it. We haven't played Last Epoch in a hot minute. I don't know what I'm gonna play. I might play the Swarmblade. Oh, does it not show me when I'm in? Oh, I think it's when I'm in comp. But it doesn't like click over. For fuck's sakes, fuck off. Jesus Christ. Bro, like, what the fuck? I swear to God, ARPGs are like the worst for this shit. Like, where are all these enemies coming from? Just let me leave. Just... Oh my God, bro, I'm telling you, ARPGs love just adding stupid shit. Just put a zone in front of the dungeon and nothing's there. Like, it's really not that hard. Like, actually, I probably could have just teleported from there. Actually, I don't know. I can teleport. But it's like, it's so dumb. Like, and like, that's, I'm pretty sure they do that shit on purpose. I think they did it to slow down the what is it, the people jumping from one nightmare dungeon to the next. Oh, stupid. Like, it's so dumb. Even I remember, what was it? I think it was like the launch of Diablo. where like other players were complaining about people just like speed farming nightmare dungeons by just being able to ping pong between them so quickly, and I'm like, why are you trying? Like, that's a good thing. Like, if that was a bad thing, the Atlas system wouldn't like be so popular. Because realistically speaking, the best thing about like PoE is, like, as a game, is the Atlas system. PoE's endgame is fantastic. Fucking pretty sure there's like a bug in my hair or something. Big downside of having long hair when you go outside in the summer. That bugs get in and out sometimes, like some of the smaller bugs. But it's just like in all honesty, like if Path of Exile didn't have the Atlas system, it more than likely wouldn't be as like popular. And like the Atlas system, I mean like as a whole, like with the pinnacle bosses and all that stuff. Like their endgame system is just really good. But again, it's also kind of the case where like things need to be not the same. Like I don't think Diablo 4 needs its Atlas, like its version of the Atlas. Realistically speaking, it could pull off its own version of the Atlas if it wanted to, in a pretty easy, straightforward way. To be fair, it'd probably be similar to the monolith system, but you have the different levels of hell with the for the demons, but then you also have the fact that there's angels that want to kill us, so then you just play off of both of those, and now you have, you know, you just make an assortment of dungeons and or quote unquote maps or whatever the fuck they would want to call them, and now you have a form of like monolith Atlas system that's like fits for Diablo. But yeah. To be honest, I feel like, one of my main concerns with Path of Exile 2 is that they'll make it too Too like the other too much like the other Diablo style games. This is one of the only events that I don't understand how to like get the masteries. Like I think I'm supposed to be standing in the circle while I kill them, but I'm playing a barbarian, so I have to like move. Because there's no way I haven't killed enough shit to make one of these like get summoned like way earlier than this. So the only thing I can imagine is that I have to kill them on this platform, but then getting them on the platform to kill them is kind of not exactly the easiest thing in the world. So. Because it just says summon sanguine champions. It doesn't tell me like how to summon them. So this is supposed to be willpower. There's 20 there. Oh, then we get 7 there. We go straight up. So yeah, we'll do that. We'll go up here, we'll grab... yeah, we'll grab like all of these nodes and then we'll work our way out of this map. Or out of this Paragon board. I think I can just like shoulder check like that entire group into like into the wall and then just murder them. Honestly, I like the momentum one. The Elixir of Holy Bolts is good too, just for clearing your way through dungeons, but like, the momentum one is nice. Because you get a speed boost per kill. Like, obviously there's other ways to get speed boost too, so it's not like super crazy, but I still think it's pretty nice. Oh, should I meant to hit charge and then I hit my 2 on accident. Man, I got so excited when those unique boots dropped and then they were the wrong ones. And then it made me sad. Made them sad. I like the effect of the free portal from this season though. Pretty nice. It's got the little puddle that then it like, you know, has the little tendril that then pops out to make the portal. I like it. It's not bad. I will say I do miss the potions from Diablo 3. I like the Kool-Aid potion. Like, hey, the potion that you just always have, because whenever you had a Waller, you would just hit fucking Kool-Aid. Oh yeah, just break through the wall, didn't give a shit. Good time.
I must wait. Not ready yet.
What's up, Butcher? Oh, nice, got her prison. I'm much more friendly to the idea of Butcher showing up when I can kill him. The last time I like put a decent amount of time into the Diablo season, like even with my pulverized druid, I'd like struggle to kill him. I think I killed him like once on my pulverized druid. You know, I just destroy my character. Two buttons just kills the boss. So dumb. It's just two buttons, just boom, boss is dead. It's just two buttons, boss dead. So weird. I haven't killed a like a world boss in so long though. I don't know, I don't care for the world bosses. Personally. I don't care for the world boss system. I know it's a good way to get like the prisms and shit that you need for, but I just don't care. I don't like the world bosses. I don't consider them particularly enjoyable to do. Oh, that's what I got. Okay.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
Just like in circles with him. Right now. I already said that I'm out of fury.
My savior.
I was trying to say there was a little event quest thing. I have to check with all this, but I still don't think I have the Undying. Darn it! I was about to start talking shit. Have it. You know, I'm not gonna lie. The fact that double swing refunds Fury when you like hit a stun target doesn't make sense to me. Personally. Like I feel like that'd make more sense for like Hammer of the Ancients or like Upheaval. Rather than double swing of all fucking things. I know it's still worth doing because it gives a lot of XP. I'm just I don't like doing the blast time. Oh, fucking said you could type it. I think I might try to have like a light dinner for dinner. Quote unquote. I was just gonna make like a burrito with some like fried rice and then do these like sous egg things that I have in the fridge. Because I'm hungry, but I'm not like super duper hungry. I feel like I will get super duper hungry later, but it's fine. Oh, you put the Undying in. Finally. Goodness. Like for legendary powers, that's the one I've gone the longest without having. I gave up looking if I had it for a good long while. Alright, one more dungeon and we should be done with this one. Then we can start putting points into the Undaunted one. But that will have to be for the next one, because I think I'm just gonna wrap up stream a smidge early. Because I'm honestly a little tapped out of like wanting to play Diablo at the moment. X. Lightning resistance. I just mantle it.
Stay on the path.
There was a laggy. Finally got that powered. Yuna. Hello. I was about to end straight, but I guess we'll do a couple extra dungeon runs. How was the Genshong? Oh, did you swap? Hopefully the voltexing was good then. Yeah. Oh. Earthquake. Oh, it's just Earth. Literally just Earth. No, I guess we can print that one, or temper. We just finished imprinting it. I don't get how to unlock masterworking. I'm assuming that has to deal with, Oh, nice. First rip, let's go. See if we can get concussion. But yeah, I was about to end stream, but we'll do like another dungeon run or two before doing it. Bro, I'm not gonna get the concussion, am I? Oh, sheesh, on the last one. I was actually worried. It was going to be kind of sad. Because unfortunately for that one, it's just concussion's like the only one that we really care for. I guess the stun duration one's not like the worst, but the upheaval one is definitely one that we don't care. Or like at all. Alright, we'll see how it feels like with the undying one, because we won't have the extra armor. But we'll have like a smidge of healing, so I guess since we have Warbringer, it should be okay. Didn't realize they didn't start falling off while I was doing the little changes. I kind of wish they would make it where for these ones there's just no ranged like mobs spawn or stealth sons of bitches. Good amount of XP though. Oh, their servers are like Starting to shit the bed a little bit. Like lagging. Or having lag spikes, I should say. Oh, quick.
My savior.
Not ready yet.
Bless you.
Yeah, I do find it interesting how like they decided to add like multiple different ways to proc the twisters now. Because like in Diablo 3, right, it was you literally could only do it with Whirlwind. But now you have Whirlwind can do it, but Double Swings has it, which then you combine with the Shout one, which the Shout one's really good. Because it gives extra damage too, on top of the fact that your Shouts now generate tornadoes. Because you get damage per size increase.
I must wait.
And with the Sandstorm armaments, like that means getting like a really high percentage size increase is a lot of damage. Deal 1% increased damage for each 1% of their size. Oh, so it's 30%. So we now have 75%. Right, we're like 2% over. Basically, the way it works is that you can't get the twisters aren't affected by higher than 100%. So we're at like so we're at 102% increase size. So we're only down by 2%, but it's something to keep in mind, right? Because this increases it by 30%. Then I have the tempering, which is another 45%, which is 75%, and then I have the 27% from the weapon, which means we're only really wasting like 2%. And I'm pretty sure it's Undaunted now. Wait, ambidextrous. Oh, alright. Whatever you say. Undaunted's like one of the last ones. We don't use ambidextrous yet, which is why I was a little surprised, but... I'll get that in a second. Oh, I should have just checked the... rechecked the path. Yeah, because we got these four, and once we get those four... It's... We just need to get this node. And we can mosey on out of this Paragon board. Alright, we'll do one more dungeon, and then I'll call it for the stream, because... be pretty cool. Increased crits is good for us. But yeah, the tempering thing is actually really nice. I don't know how it is for other... Well, actually, I really don't know how it would feel for even a different build, but I can say at least for the Dust Devil, the Twisters build, it feels pretty good. I like it. Personally. Like the augments. Not bad. Not bad. I'm not gonna lie, the undying thing, pretty nice. I didn't even open that door. That door's still closed. I'm so barbarian, I just ran straight through it, didn't even care. Doors are figments of our imaginations. Did I say you? Why is... I'm gonna like sometimes I wish they could at least make it believable. That cage isn't even big enough to hold that guy. Like, I'm gonna ignore the fact that the model in there was like tiny compared to him. But like, the cage, like he was bigger than the cage. He was taller and wider than the cage. Like what? That was pretty good. That's a pretty good XP. Oh, that was it? That was fast. Well, I guess it works out because I'm gonna go eat food. Level 6, I'm gonna go. Not bad. Not bad. Nice little run today. I think we were in the... Were we like 72? Started? I don't know. Who knows? We're level 85 now, so it's fine. So I just did that for... Well, actually, that's not gonna keep it. Only did that so that way when I would sort through stuff, I could like quickly sort. But that's gonna be it for the day stream. We'll be back tonight with the gacha wuthering. Wada. Oh. Wait. Speaking of someone I didn't expect to be playing is playing it. Play Mind Goes like hello. Yeah, we're gonna go say hi to Big Smart himself. So thank you everybody for watching. I do appreciate it. Everybody's on there for you. Have a good day. It was on there for you as well. Stay safe. I did. Thank you, Una, for the red. And I'll see y'all on the next one. Bye bye.